Professor Maria Cristina Bernardes Barbosa, who's a full member of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences, and here representing the Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation of Brazil. Professor Braulio Ferreira de Souza Dias, here representing the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. Professor Márcia Perales, who's the president of the Foundation for the Support of Research in the States of the Amazonas, and here representing the governor of the state of Amazonas. Professor Virgílio Almeida, also a full member of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences, and he chairs the office of the Trois Lacrep office. That's the Academy of Sciences of the World Academy of Sciences. And Dr. Marina Anciães, here representing the director of the Instituto Nacional de Pesquisas da Amazônia, that's graciously receiving us at its headquarters. Okay, so before we start, I would invite you all to stand up so that we can hear the Brazilian national anthem and a version of the Tucuxi tribe. Is that Adalberto? Macuxi.
Ramala como late quadra tuna por
Helena Nader to address the audience.
Alô? Bom dia a todas.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Eu quero saudar a cada um de vocês e agradecer a presença de todos hoje e amanhã para esse encontro que esperamos seja um novo pacto em políticas para essas políticas para esse bioma e que a gente possa, através desse acontecimento, nos direcionar para outras políticas. Quero saudar os acadêmicos e representando todas as academias e essas academias que estão, e também os membros da Ianas que estão presentes, e também agradecer aqueles que enviaram os vídeos justificando a ausência e que nós vamos mostrar daqui a pouco. Quero agradecer também aos outros países, países amazônicos participando deste encontro.
I want especially to thank Karen Stryer, who is the co-chair of the Ianas, for I have been saying this and I'm going to repeat it. It was her idea when she heard Lula's speech in Cairo. She said, that's a fantastic program that we should discuss with Ianas. And I always do that. I acknowledge people for their initiative. And it was her idea. And I told her, I feel envy, but a good enviness for not having the idea. So I just embrace it. Karen, thank you for being such a partner. I want to thank Maria Alejandra Moreira Lopes for being here with us from the Organização do Tratado de Cooperação Amazônica. Thank you so much. It's an honor to have you here with us. And this gives a guarantee that we are indeed trying to move forward in terms of the Amazon. O embaixador Antônio Otávio Sá Ricarte, I want to thank you for all the efforts that you did also to bring the other countries that were not didn't have academies to be here at this meeting, and all the support that the Foreign Affairs Ministry gave to setting up this meeting. I want to thank my special friend, Márcia Cristina Bernardes Barbosa, who is the Secretary of the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, and at this meeting represent the Ministry, Luciana Santos. Marcia is a member of our academy, and she is trying to rebuild the ministry that was, you all know, the 4 years that we had before. So it's a big job to rebuild our country. And Marcia, thank you for being there, doing that. I want to salute also Braulio Ferreira de Souza Dias, another professor and friend from the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, for being here representing the ministry, Marina Silva. It's an honor to have you here, and it's important, not only an honor, but it's important so that we can indeed move forward, getting all the countries together in favor of a global project. Another friend, I have very good friends. Marcia Perales, who used to be the rector of Universidade Federal do Amazonas, who I had the honor to know for several years, and now is conducting the Foundation for Research of the Amazon. And I also want to mention that her foundation, FAPEAN, is doing a great job. And this job is a continuous job that started several years ago. And probably this is the difference between the Amazon state and other states from Brazil. The government indeed believes in science and is investing in science. So thank you, Marcia, for the fantastic job you were playing. Also, Virgílio Almeida, our good friend, a member also of the Brazilian Academy of Science, and he is the World Academy of Science for Latin America and the Caribbean. He represents to us, and so we're getting involved with several institutions so that we can indeed, I'm being repeating, but I strongly hope that we move forward. And Marina Anceas, who is representing the director of the INPA, Instituto Nacional de Pesquisas da Amazônia, and she was a young member of the Brazilian Academy of Science some years ago, and thank you for hosting us. Very briefly, what I want to say is that we hope that this meeting can change the scenario. And we indeed hope, Karen and I, that's not just going to be another meeting, and not another getting together, writing declarations, and waiting for the next meeting to come forward. We hope that we try to put together several partners, and I'm not going to mention all of them. We contact ISC, SPA. We are getting everybody together because we know for sure that diagnosis is already well performed, and the patient is dying. So what is the good of diagnosis if we, people from different countries, from different origins, do not get together to save the patient? If this works, we can move forward several different biomas. And one of the TVs was asking me, why do this? And I always say, and you heard the national hymn from Brazil, in indigenous language. And this in Brazil, I'm not going to talk about other countries, but I'm going to criticize my country, that was destroying the languages. And language is a, how do you say patrimônio, Karen? Heritage of the world. It's not of a country. And we need to have that. We need, indeed, to start seeing the unseeable people. Indigenous population, ribeirinhos, and other communities. And if we want to make a difference, we need to embrace them in our journey. And if you pay attention, and I'm going to end up, the theme of the meeting is science by and for the Amazon. We want scientists from all the Amazon countries, as well as from other countries, but especially from the Amazon countries, to embrace a program, a policy program, and have a network of scientists from the region and from Ianas, as well as other parts of the globe, to work together. We have noticed, and it's a shame we couldn't have him today, but he'll come for a different meeting, Brito Cruz, who is now one of the directors of Elsevier. And I'm not going to talk about his work, but most of the papers from the Amazon are being published by other people. I have nothing against that, but we need cooperation, or else it's not going to do the job that we want. We need to collaborate, and that's why when Karen said, let's do this meeting, and I said, I envy you. You can see I was right. I really envy her. And I hope that each one of you can help on setting up what we want for the Ianas Amazon Initiative. I thank you all for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Helena Nader. I now invite Professor Karen Stryer.
Helena resolve tudo. Thank you. Bom dia, buenos dias. Hello, everybody. It's great to be here.
É bom estar aqui. Eu estou muito feliz em rever alguns de vocês.
Always gives me credit for this idea, but actually we all know that ideas are easy to have, and what really matters is the implementation. And without Helena and Marcos and Alberto Valde Impa, we would not be here today. So they all deserve tremendous credit and appreciation for that. It's also really nice that so many of our group, Ianas and others, have come. We realize that we think, Jeremy can correct me, Jeremy McNeil, who was also part of this original idea in our early conversations, that something in the Amazon would be important. And that is that we think this is the first time that Ianas, all the countries involved in Ianas, have participated in a particular focal point or project or initiative at the same time. So in that sense, it's historic for our group. I'm not going to take a lot of time because I want to hear from my colleagues and start the meeting, but I do want to say that it's also something I think as scientists, we spend so much of our time doing our research to make discoveries, to advance knowledge, but ultimately we're interested at some level in improving the world. And it's often very difficult to find the pathway between discovery and application. How do we make a difference? How do we make something change, something matter? And I really do think that what we're trying to do here is we're not creating science here, but we're going to work together to build connections and pathways toward the implementation and application and policies that we might be able to use to make a difference. And so in that way, it's inspiring and I think a really exciting opportunity and gives us a chance to think about all the different levels of involvement we can bring and that we can get people involved at the level of students, indigenous populations, and our colleagues around the world. And that brings me to my last point. It is such a pleasure to see old friends like Braulio and to meet new people who I hope there is a chance to get to know better at this meeting, because I think that it is the internationalization of this process that can make a difference. As an American, I've worked in Brazil for 40 years. I've conducted research in a different biome, the Atlantic forest. It was hard to suggest the Amazon instead of the Atlantic forest, but I think this was the moment for the Amazon, and by the representation we have here, it makes a lot of sense. But I'm really looking forward to opportunities to establish our initiative and then move it forward to other biomes, not just in Latin America, but maybe also throughout the Americas and the rest of the world. So thank you all, and I'm looking forward to the meetings.
I now invite Dr. Maria Alexandra Moreira Lopes from the Organização do Tratado de Cooperação Amazônica.
Muito obrigada, muito bom dia, doutora Helena, é um grande prazer para mim, é um honor também estar aqui. Por meio de você, eu saludo também a todos que estamos compartilhando esta mesa. O grande professor Braulio Dias, uma pessoa não somente respeitável, sino admirada por muito de nós. Ele foi diretor executivo da convenção.
Working with the condition of biodiversity, and she started talking about there are many things that you represented here. I may use Spanish, right? Thank you, because my portuñol is not that good. It's an honor. It is great to be here in IMPA, to be here in this place with expert scientists around working for Amazon region. I thank you for the invitation to ACTO, the Organization of Cooperation of Amazon Trade. I will explain you what we are, and we meet as an intergovernmental institution with the countries that share the Amazon. Only French Guiana is out, but we are working with them already. And I'd also like to tell you that we agree with them when we are not only the scientists, but public administrators, politicians, tired of meetings. And this is an opportunity, not only this one, but the excellent summit we're going to have. And practically we start today with that. It has already started with dialogues, and 4, 5, and 6, that will be an interesting space in order to comment deeper the organized civil population, we organizations, and we have meetings with highest level of the government. I believe this is a moment in which we have to use it and implement the solutions immediately. No, there are not only in every moment we make public policies. After COVID-19, I consider the scientists, they have been converted into politicians, actors. Everybody is waiting, all the world is waiting for the scientists to give us answer, give the president answer to implement solutions. And this is a revealing moment, and we have to act this way. So depending on the research, and we have to have it applied, and it's huge. In this community that give us results to the management of public policy is with much more pertinence and develop in a very efficient way. And strengthen the science of research is one of the themes in our last 4 years and a half. I am ahead of actor working in this framework. I am not going to advance the theme I'm going to treat in the afternoon, but I want to tell you that all the doctors and friends here, and you present here, you may count on ACTO to open this interface between the science and politics, this ecosystemic vision. We do not manage the ecosystem with a regional vision without research. It's necessary that Brazil assume measures, implement measures to stop deforestation, the pollution in the Amazon basins. We have to involve all the countries, and using this vision of the 80 countries, I'd like to thank you for this invitation. Thank you very much.
Ambassador Antônio Otávio Sarricarte from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Bom dia. É uma honra.
É um honor. Vou te mandar com personalidades científicas.
To be here ahead of scientists that collaborate with the political formulation, generating knowledge. This event, for me, is a fun event of a cycle that we start tomorrow with the meeting of the Amazon president that will finish, end up with the summit of the president next week. So Lula, our president, announced that he couldn't imagine that it would be spread. Now he's satisfied. We didn't surprised that the speech there in Chile generated good results and was so profitable. The seminar being held here in Manaus with these great scenarios in this auditorium. We're using Makushi language in the national hymn. It's an inaugural act of this new phase. We are going to start there in Belém with concern and actions toward the sustainable development of Amazon and science. The summit itself will be on 2 days, Tuesday and Wednesday next week. Join not only the 8 countries, but
we have a chance to hear representatives from other countries, from the Democratic Republic, from Congo, Indonesia, St. Vincent Grenadines from the Caribbean, and also some representatives of country donors from Noruega and Norway. On Tuesday, the meeting will only gather the Amazon country representatives, and it will cover the initiatives that will be taken from now on. We are aware that the Belém summit, it's not an arrival dock. It's really the start of a new phase of actions, implementations between government and society. So we are designing now a project that with 130 paragraphs that will give a lead to all the actions next year. Enhancing the treaty of the Amazon Treaty is a project that rich in ideas, and I believe that you should pay attention to the contents. We will also will have to cover a demand for manifestations of other countries that could share their experiences and get involved in discussions that cover the climate changes. I believe that the President Lula is really looking forward to the dialogues, to the discussions that will be that will happen between people next week, because we have noticed that without the commitment of the local authorities, it's impossible to change the model for the development of the Amazon. Also involving judges of the courts of the main countries in the Amazon. And this all will be discussed during the weekend. Some congressmen will be also want to be recognized as an institution that is really concerned with everything that is decided and done in the Amazon Treaty. And we want to really be involved with people that want to make sure that the women, indigenous people, the enterprises, we want to involve all the actors, the stakeholders that are leading with the Amazon issues. 405 events that will be will take place during the summit in Belém. 405 events altogether. So if you want to get involved, just go to the site and all the information is there available. We don't have a precise idea, but I believe that we will have more than 10,000 people participating. This is going to create a new dynamic, and all those dialogues will have should be repeated, so that all the Amazon societies and the Amazon people can demand from their governments the implementation of all the decisions that are going to be made. So it's a pleasure to be here this morning. Very soon, I will read a letter that will have my suggestions for your meeting this morning.
I now invite Professor Márcia Cristina Bernardes Barbosa from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation.
Bom dia, buenos dias, good morning. I send the greetings of our Minister, Luciana Santos, for the first time a woman Minister of Science and Technology. And I give my greetings to Elena Nader, and in her name, the other people in this table. But I also want to acknowledge my greetings to André, that I met this morning, is representing here the Minister of Indigenous People. And in his name, I'm giving greetings to the indigenous and the local researchers from this state. Usually the government say science is back. Actually, the science in the government is back, because we scientists, we never stop doing science, even during the hardest times. We were here working time. But now, the difference is that the government is looking to the science infrastructure, and we are saying, we are together. And this word in English I love very much, together, because this means the design of science and knowledge for any area in Brazil have to be done and construct with the people from the area. And understanding that, I'm going to give a spoiler. The minister is going to announce during the summit that we are creating a pro-Amazon program. It's not just a name. Usually these programs have fancy names, but it's not just a name. It is embedded a number of activities that we have been doing quietly over the years, but now we can shout. We are constructing strategies in which, together with the local communities, we are creating a chain of development. We go where they produce the açaí, cupuaçu, all the ingredients, and you help to make this production more efficient. It calls productive chain. But in addition, we learn from the local people which other well and goods these materials can give, and we study with the best science in the country to use that as anti-inflammatory or other products, but together. We are going to the cities in a project called City Nova, and the next city is Belém, here in the region, in which you talk with the local people, we talk with the administrations, and you develop new strategies for cleaning water, for having a better city. And we know we need to prepare Belém for the COP. So the Minister of Science and Technology is developing initiatives in which we, together with the community, together with the scientists of the country, and now shouting loud, we are back to the game to collaborate with our neighbors here and neighbors outside this continent, all over the world, to design new technologies. We face ahead of us the use of the biodiversity, the good use of the biodiversity to replace normal kind of chemical reactions, polluted chemical reactions with biology. So we are designing a program for synthetic biology in which people from here, we work and you be the center of the game. I want to finalize saying the doors of the Secretary of Strategic Programs and Policies is always open. My cell phone is in my web page. So I welcome you. I welcome all over the world. We need to be together. That's my word.
I now invite Professor Braulio Ferreira de Souza Dias from the Ministry of the Environment and Climate Change.
Bom dia a todos, buenos dias a todos e todas. Good morning to all. Thank you for inviting the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change to be here with you. And To start with, I want to reassure all of you of the commitment of the current Brazilian federal government with the environment and climate agendas. So we hope to achieve important targets by the end of this government in 2026, and including halting illegal deforestation in the Amazon, enhancing restoration, enhancing sustainable forest management, bioeconomy, creation of new protected areas, and expansion of the recognition of indigenous lands. And one important target is also to decide about future use of public lands in the Amazon that are still not decided. There's almost at least some 60 million hectares of public lands which have not been decided what to do with them. So currently these are the areas that are most targeted by illegal logging, right? So that's, so you can expect to see some good progress in Brazil in both the environment and climate change agendas. However, I must confess we are quite concerned with the overall scenarios for climate change in particular, but also land use impacts. And even if Brazil does everything we can to enhance our policies and programs for the environment and climate change, this will not make a difference in terms of the impacts we're going to see with climate change, because the main sources of greenhouse gas emission is with use of fossil fuels, especially in developed countries, and they're continuing to increase their use. You might not know, but since the Paris Agreement, more than several trillions of US dollars have been committed to expand production of oil all over the world, including here in Brazil. So unfortunately, we're not going to meet the Paris Agreement targets to keep the temperature below 1.5 degrees Celsius, or at least 2 degrees Celsius above the baseline at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Most certainly we're going to meet very soon at least some 3 degrees Celsius above that baseline. So this will have huge impacts everywhere. And here in the Amazon, we're quite concerned with the impacts in the hydrological cycle, right? So all of the Brazilian economy depends on this hydrological cycle, all the humidity transfer from the Amazon to the rest of the country. 90% of Brazilian agriculture is rain-fed. So it's going to have huge negative impacts. More than 2/3 of our energy come from hydropower that needs rain. So the impacts will be huge, economically, socially, and of course we need to keep enhancing our efforts in the region. But just to say that this is a global problem, we need to keep also pushing the other countries to do better. And I know scientists are always frustrated for the lack of use of their the results of their scientific work, and I understand that, and we need to keep trying. But I would say maybe here in these 2 days we need to think what we can do differently to have a bigger impact in public policies, because just publishing more scientific papers is not enough. Just publishing some big reports is not enough. So what could do the trick? So I leave you with this question. Thank you.
I now invite Professor Márcia Perales, here representing the governor of the state of Amazonas and president of the Foundation for the Support of Research in the state of Amazonas.
Bom dia. Buenos dias. Good morning. Eu, em nome do governador Wilson Lima, quero dar as boas-vindas.
Wilson Lima, I want to say welcome to everyone who's coming from other states, other countries, and say that it's a satisfaction. It's so great to receive you here. I want to greet everyone here in the name of the Professor Elena Nader. It's a satisfaction to see you again. And she, besides being the president of the Science Academy, she's our VP of our commission in the CAPS, and we have many responsibilities. So welcome all of you to our state, our capital of Amazonas. Here in our state, we have strongly doing the investments in the CTI area. In 2019, when Wilson Lima assumed, he repositioned the area of the city as a strategy to the social and environmental and economical development of our state. And with that promise, it was necessary some actions, because now we have a public policy, not about a government, it's a public policy of state here in Amazonas. So for that, we needed investments, a good management, and a permanent evaluation. So those three elements, they are here with our efforts through the foundation that supports the researchers, with the researchers of the state's treasure, but in partnerships with the institutions of our state, for example, the Federal University of Amazonas, INPA, Fiocruz, the Federal Institute. Together we gave good steps. They was not easy, but they were important for us that to reassure, and that must done that the importance of the science, and that path, it's the condition to the development that we want. We live in an area that is looked by all the world, but we established some politics of all that. One of them, for example, is that nothing for us without us. So that was mentioned many times here, and I want to say again that the communities that they live in the state of Amazonas, that we are here, that they have too much to contribute and signalize for probable ways that we can do. So that it's a condition, also a condition that we had a compromise of everyone. I'm not talking only about the academy, I'm talking about the area, the governmental area, about all the powers of our country, because it's a theme that everybody is talking about. So it's necessary that all the areas, different visions that we have, and they exist and they are present, but it's possible to build in the diversity a unit. So around common targets. So this is an important moment for the CTI area, because here we have many countries, scientists that gave contributions and who gave more contributions, and having and as a reference that this is a superlative space. Every time that we refer, to talk about our state that is the biggest state of the Brazil, that is Amazonas. It's not only that, it's not only the biodiversity that is in question here, it's the social biodiversity, because the people who live here, they must have the necessary conditions that we can do what we have to do. For example, about the 97% of the forest that it's on foot. So it's a big effort that we are doing. It's not an actor, it's an effort of many actors. So that union, that nerve that we can do, that we are looking for, and looking for build that unit of the diversity that will make that event not only a scientific space, politics space, but it will be a space of hope to reassure in some principles that we want to have as a north for that challenging way that we will take in relation to the Amazon. So welcome all of you. Feel like you're home, and I wish that all the contributions here will be together into the summit, that we will have not only a gathering of proposals that will be put on the table, but as a gathering of commitments that we'll take together. Thank you so much. Não, agora eu vou chamar o professor Virgílio Viana, da Academia de Ciências. Meu nome é Virgílio Viana, não é Virgílio Viana, é Virgílio Almeida, mas obrigado. Bom dia a todos e a
todas. A nossa presidente, Helena Nader, representa essa ideia tão importante
de defesa. Vou falar um pouco sobre o TUAS, que é basicamente a Academia de Ciências. E nós representamos a ciência não apenas no desenvolvimento.
Mainly in the developing world. And I think that two important missions of the World Academy of Science, that is based in Trieste, Italy, is that we need to support, we need to create conditions for the growth of science in the global south countries. And I think that this meeting here, with this powerful message, science by and science for the Amazon, will resonate in the World Academy of Science. We will have a global meeting in September, and I think that I'm planning to take the message and the recommendations of this meeting here to the World Academy of Science. There is another point that it's worth mentioning, is that the World Academy of Science is concerned about the lack of support to young scientists. They do not have support, and what they do is they leave their countries. We need to change that. We need to stop the brain drain. We need to keep the scientists of this region and from all the Latin America and the Caribbean countries in our region, because that is important, to create a science that makes a difference for us in Latin America and the Caribbean region. So for me, it's really a big pleasure to be here. I'm not from this area, but I'm learning a lot here. I'm from the computer science, and I think that digital technology will play an important role in this, in connecting scientists from this region to the rest of the world. So thank you again for the invitation to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Virgílio Almeida. Eu estava no clima da Amazônia e o Virgílio Viana é uma pessoa engajada na questão ambiental aqui no estado, então me desculpe o ato falho. But now I invite our last speaker, Professor Marina Anciães. She's our host. She's representing the director of the Instituto Nacional de Pesquisas da Amazônia.
Bom dia a todos. Obrigada. Gracias. And thank you for being here.
Gracias, thank you.
E por estarmos aqui, por eu estar aqui
For
nessa
me
mesa.
to be here in that table, it's an honor for me. It's a big honor representing the Dr. Antônia Franco. Now I'm the coordinator of the research and capacitation of our institute, and it's a pleasure for me to be announced in the time where the Dr. Adalberto Val was the director when I get into IMPA less than a year as a young scientist of the Brazilian Science Academy, and everything that was said in that table, not receiving you here in the center of the Amazon, so I think it's a nice place to be here. So thank you so much to choose that place. But I would like to reaffirm, I wrote a text, but I think I won't read because it said many of the things that we are focusing to do here in INPA. They recognize them, and also it's pretty important to see too many ladies, women here in the table, so it's a pleasure to see that, obviously without reducing the role of our colleagues. So I know that we're working together in many ways. So what I have to say mainly, it's a little bit of what Dr. Virgilio brought, taken as a hook. I think it's the main spot of my welcomes. INPA, the science that we do, we focused in the PhD. I think it's fundamental as a young scientist that was recognized and did a doctorate degree in this out of Brazil, and I know that my enthusiasm and my permanency into the academy, it was thanks to that. So it's important to look to the base, the investments in the young scientists, the students in the PhD courses, and recognize that they are and will be the main. So now I am the coordinator here in INPA of the PhD. That is our star. It has a grade number 7. So I received that place with that grade. So we want to maintain that. So I am too grateful for FAPEAM because they recognize our course and we are trying to reach what they are putting on us. So the challenge here in INPA to coordinate the research, capacitation, and extension, that we will have products, techniques that we can use with the necessity of transformation, the bioeconomy that will attend what is predicted. That was said with the intentions of the TCO, so being here with the alliance of the academies, the science academies represent a moment of enthusiasm, motivation that I see many sectors believing in what we have been doing a long time ago. So I think that's it. Thank you so much. Welcome and have a great event. Thank you so much, Marina. Now we invite the members of our table to get with the public, and the ambassador Ricardo to maintain.
Primeiro conferencista. Eu gostaria de também consignar a presença
of Andrea Baniwa. It was announced by Marcia that she took that for me, and he's as a director of the Ministry of the Indigenous People. So thank you so much, Andrea, to be here with us, and just to register the presence of the Dr. Paula Rede, representing the Professor Jaime Cavalcante from the Federal Institute of the Amazon, and also consignate the presence of the deputy. Actually, he's an ex-politician, and he defends the environmental causes of Brazil. He was a partner of the Science Brazilian Academy. Thank you, Fabio, to be here in the event and with us in that range. So, agora nós estamos aqui com o embaixador Antônio, que também foi mencionado que ele é o coordenador da Cúpula da Amazônia, representando aqui o Ministério Brasileiro de Relações Exteriores. I don't need a microphone because with my voice you can hear well. The microphone needs to be useful for the interpreters and for the recording because I need to hold that to read So I'd like to thank the Brazilian Science Academy, particularly the Professor Helena Nader and Dr. Karin Strier, and the president of the Interamericana, NAD of the Science Academy, by the invitation to participate here in that meeting of the Scientific Academies of Americas at a diplomat that followed through many decades, the negotiations about environment. I know that importance of the role of the scientists to support the advance of the international rights of the environment and the participation and the commitment in international public policies and the adoption of decisions that are necessary for the sustainable development. In that way, my intervention that morning will focus on the interaction between science and public policies to the sustainable development of the Amazon. So talking about the resolutions of the UN, the specialized agencies, the 21 agenda, then I will describe the context that it was focusing the Amazon Summit that we will realize in Belém next week, especially that we talk about the scientific cooperation through the Amazonian countries in the scope of the Amazon treatment. So to conclude, now we speculate some decisions about the effort that we want to do to the summit that will happen in Belém, to that cooperation. It's too far. The Amazon is a unique region and strategical for the balance of the environment, having the biggest forest in the world, a rich biodiversity and indigenous peoples with their culture. So the sustainable development of the Amazon basin, it's important to guarantee the conservation of the ecosystems and natural resources and improve the quality of life of the local community. So in that way, the interaction between science and public policies, it's important to deal with the challenges that we have in our region. The science produces knowledges and data that they will focus in the decisions of the policies. The public policies, they direct the resources and strategies to implement the sustainable actions and generating new knowledges. So the UN and their specialized agencies, they have an important role in establishing the international agreements to promote the sustainable development, in particularly in our region. The conference of the meeting of the UN in 1992 approved a chapter of the 21 agenda focus. The name was Science for the Sustainable Development. It was the chapter 35 of 37 chapters. In that text, it's recognized that the scientific knowledge, it must be applied to articulate and support the targets of the sustainable development through scientific evaluations of the nowadays conditions and future perspectives of the terrestrial system. And we noticed that we count with the experience of the intergovernmental panel about the climate change that was created 5 years before in 1998 by PNUM and the International Meteorological Agency. So it's not a surprise that the 21 agenda defends that the scientific evaluations, they were put into the decisions. And the scientists of those countries in development, they were involved in the programs of scientific research about the global problems, environment and development in a way that capacitate all the countries to participate equally in the international negotiations about environment and development. Once that we adopt the 21 agenda and also the chapter 11 about the fight against the deforestation and the declaration of principles of forests in the Rio of the conference. So the important countries, they reunited in the Peruvian jungle to adopt indicators of and sustainability of the forest. That initiative started by fall with support of the World Wide Bank and others. With the union of the Amazon universities, it was defined 12 criteria and their indicators in a first way to get into the Amazon scope, the commitments, take focus into the forests. So that initial attempt, it was known as the Taraputo, because the indicators they were developing through the years with new scientific knowledges and the increase of the environmental policies. And 11 years ago, here in Rio Plus 20, it was about sustainable development, and that we changed the title. We understood that it's necessary the increase of the process of evaluation, better access to data and informations around the necessity to spread and share knowledges based on scientific evidences of the environmental, social, and economical problems that they were increasing. 2 years later, in June of 2014, the first section of the meeting of the UN about the environment, putting together all the ministers of the environment, members of the UN, they approved the resolution about the interaction between science and public policies that recognize the benefits that they have potential to a better evaluation based in evidences and scientifically solid in the state of the environment, focusing in create good politics and help in the process of taking decisions in the context of the sustainable development. That resolution recognized, for example, the work of the International Research Panel in the strength of the interaction between politics and science, and in the base of knowledges about the use of resources and management of knowledges. So in that meeting in 2015 and the 2030 agenda and the 70 targets of sustainable development, the public policy that we united, we acquire that focus to increase the interaction between science and politics using the worldwide regulatory that was prepared by the Secretary of the UN and the mechanism that take easy the technologies. Recently, 2 weeks ago, the high-level politics, they were united in New York, focusing in the targets of the ODS. They recognized that the science, technology, and innovation, they can have an important role to deal with the posture in a way to change the course, the way of the implementation of the 2030 agenda and accelerate and realize the targets in the sustainable development. So we also saw that the social inclusion, it's important to improve the interaction between politics and the science. It's not, we cannot lose the opportunities to, and don't look to the indigenous knowledges and other actors that are important, like the women and the young people, the scientific community. It could have many benefits with more contributions of those actors in the advance of the science in a way that will increase the trust into the science, the innovations, and having and promoting an acceleration in a way of the digitalization that will be more inclusive. Also, I know that we have some challenges about accelerating the process of changing to focus in that transition and in sustainable development, that the science, technology, and innovation that will acquire an important role. The same way that we know that some scientific concepts, they start to get into a speech of policies and to give consistency to the commitments that we took in the international plan in a way to promote more interactions between science and public policies. So just to give an example, that it's about our forest, the thesis of the no return spot that got the first pages about the collapse of the forest after past 20% of the deforestation. It must be better explained and validated scientifically. We know that it's not about only one point here about the percentage of the deforestation, but also many fractions that when we will reach in different moments, they will provoke chain reactions that can take to the end of the regeneration of the forest and the interruption of environmental services that they help us a priority. It would be the validation, the scientific validation of those threats in a way that the evolution of the scientific knowledge about that will provoke the adaptation of the public policies in the better levels, in the local levels, the landscape level, biome level, and the basin in all. So I'll give you here something. How could the science contribute to the increase of the quality that will produce faster changing in the development, and not only the changes that we see until now? So that we know that some people, they don't trust in the science that put the fundamentals of the Illuminism that it was based the progress into the last centuries. So let me return the regional context of the Amazon and the ambitions program that would focus on the interaction of science and public policies in our countries of the Amazon basins. And 40 years ago, when Brazil proposed to your neighbors, the Amazonian neighbors, in the negotiation of an Amazonian Pact, the commitment with the development of the knowledges as a development, it was in the scope of the initiative to put together the 8 countries, 2 of them that recently went out of the process of the discolonization, and to deal together with the challenges of the development with the harmony, with a balanced harmony with the nature. So that was the metaphor that was saying the notion of the sustainable development that appeared 1 decade later with the 21 Agenda, the focus of the development of the cooperation, the Amazonian cooperation that was adopted in 1978, that was focused in the union of the efforts to find proper solutions to the problems that it couldn't be dealt nationally, even if we could recognize of each country of the decisions about your future and the sovereignty of your natural resources. The logic of the cooperation guessed that the recognition that we had challenges that it couldn't be overcome just by one. So the main of them, it was to solve the mysteries of the biggest tropical forest in the world, shared between the countries in a way that provide a better life for the people who live in the Amazon. In the first meeting that was realized in 1980, some months later after treatment, it was took the first declaration of Belém, where they want to protect the Amazon and the rational use of the forest, and also the priority put the contribution in the way of in the research, especially in the development of science and the important technology. So that terminology obviously precedes the elaboration of the sustainable development like we define now, but you can recognize your constitutive elements. So on that, the Amazon Pact was not only something innovative, but it was vanguardist that could confer the scientific cooperation in a regional level and give it to it the modernities, like the ambassador said. The countries of the region, they took for them the objective to develop and deal with the targets that they proposed to them, though the ministry in that time, Saraiva Guerreiro, he affirmed in his speech of the works in the meeting of chancellors in Belém. You can't, if in fact, accept that university centers and of research out of the region, including out of the Latin America, they assume in the Amazon a leadership that it's not for them, taking the initiative of coordinate, and put all the efforts, scientific efforts in that, on the knowledge of our reality in the Amazon. So that question about the scientific operation appeared in the treatment that was promoting the scientific investigation and the exchange of information and the increase of the knowledge about the fauna and the flora of your Amazonian territories and a regular system of exchange of information. ONS created the organization of the treatment of the Amazonian Corporation. In the first decade of that century, many decisions were adopted to give to the ATCO the instruments to facilitate the management of the information and the knowledge exchange between the countries that they are a member. From 2010, after they approved the strategical agenda of the Amazonian Corporation, effectively in the next year, the 10th meeting of chancellors, they decided to create the regional observatory into the Amazon as a center of reference of regional information. In 2013 was created the net of investigations in the Amazon, the 4th regional meeting of science, technology, and education, realized in 2016, established a basic structure of management of the regional observatory and the priorities of the themes that they must focus. Recently, the observatory, the regional Amazonian Observatory was strengthened with different modules and resources, indigenous peoples, climate changing, and some companies. And the inauguration in 2021 of the monitoring center of the resources in the ATCO in Brasilia. So that observatory produced warnings about droughts, floodings, fires, and contamination of the waters that helps to save lives. The observatory is used as a support for the permanent flux of those institutions of the countries that they are a member, acting as a center of reference of the scientific and technological and the social-cultural part of the Amazon, and giving the support and adopting public policies into those Amazonian countries. So with the implementation of the net of the investigations into the Amazon, we put on practice the effort of participation, cooperation, and articulation in the region to the strength of the investigation, the scientific investigation into the Amazon. Also the exchange of knowledges between the countries about natural resources and biodiversity of the Amazon. The net has as a target generate knowledges to help into the public policies and strengthen national initiatives and regional initiatives and generation of the knowledges. And recently other initiatives, independent initiatives, they came to complement all those efforts in the scope of the organization. For example, the scientific panel for the Amazon that we unite more than 240 scientists, that a part of them that they came from the Amazonian countries, including indigenous scientists, with the help of the UN. That panel published during the COP26 about the climate changes in 2021. Your Amazon assessment report that it was important not only in the scientific, but also to the media, and it called the attention of the decisions taken of the government, their policy briefings it get repercussion when took the public opinion to relevant aspects of the debate of the future of the Amazon as with the role of the indigenous people, the traditional knowledges and the thesis of the tipping points that it's a threat to the collapse of the Amazonian biome. The contributions could not pass without noticing, and it must took as an effort together in the mobilization of the generation of the knowledge. So in the preparatory scenario of the summit of the Amazon that the government realized on May of the last year to receive contributions of the civil societies, it appeared the idea to establish a panel, scientific, technical, intergovernmental of the Amazon. That organ will reunite the representatives of the Amazonian country, scientists, investigators that they are specialized into the Amazonian region, with the participation of indigenous people and local communities. That panel will promote the systematization of the information and elaborate reports about the priorities, and also focusing to the social dynamic of the region to look for obstacles and the production of the science and knowledge. So we hope that will contribute for recommendations of the adopting of public policies by the governments of the region. Also, we will define naturally about how the new intergovernmental organ will talk with the initiatives that they exist and how will be the format and the modality of your act. So now it has a big potential that they will produce a big jump in the knowledge, scientific and technological knowledges that will provide for the public policies, and they will be efficient to deal with the challenges of sustainable development of the Amazon. We hope that we promote the articulation of knowledges, of the traditional knowledges with the generation of the scientific investigation as a strategy. It must establish a net of innovation and this technological spreading of the Amazon that we will stimulate the development of sustainable technologies and facilitate the solutions for the economical, social problems, environmental problems of the region. The scope of the network will be organized, round tables and exchange of good practicals of technological parks, universities, institutes of researchers, and agencies that promote all that. Although those topics that we will implement will attract for the scope of the ATCO and respecting the priorities defined by the government, the efforts that will be applied into the region with the positive impact in the formulation and adoption of public policies, also in a national and a local way. Naturally, the influence of the recommendations of those mechanisms also will depend on the accessibility of those reports in terms of language, like the exchanging of your diffusion. So the scientists that they will collaborate with those initiatives, they must have consciousness about your responsibility to turn easy the solutions that we propose. Like the Professor Sérgio Ferreira said, the president of the society focusing on the progress of the science. The science now, it's the main part of the development of the technologies and the implementation of different mechanisms of the protection of the environment, but also it's important for the scientists and all the citizens, the responsibility to be an agent of the education to the citizens. So thank you so much.
Obrigado, embaixador.
Thank you so much.
We still have a few minutes that we could benefit for comments, questions. So we open the floor and Professor Virgílio Almeida.
Muito obrigado, embaixador, pelo rico relato do desenvolvimento da questão ambiental, políticas públicas e ciências, né? Eu gostaria apenas de trazer um ponto aqui que talvez o senhor possa elaborar um pouco mais. As grandes questões globais, as discussões políticas, as narrativas pró e contra a desinformação ocorrem nas redes sociais globais. É nessas redes que a discussão vai cada vez ser mais intensa, pró e contra os movimentos, sejam
and
movimentos
against the movement, those companies. So I think that a question that you did along your speech was how the science can create ideas to give a big step and don't go in a slow way in that question. So I think that we need, as scientists, as bring that question for those global discussions into the medias, that they have those narratives. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for what you said. I just want to make two comments. The first of them, it's involving the question of the cooperation of the Amazonian countries to the development of the Amazon. We must have a special attention about the financial part, because if we want to advance in a significant way in the direction that you pointed, we must have the support of the governments that with the funds that we have now in science and technology into the Amazon, the science will be developed out of the Amazon. We won't have competitive scenarios into the region. The second comment that I want to make, that I think it's pretty important that we need to include in our discussions, it's related to the food security and the global health. And that is not only an isolated question, but with that new scenario worldwide, main of war, the question about food security and the unique health, it became an important question of the sovereignty. And I just want to say again, for the countries in a general way, and that is dependent of the science too. So I want to be sure that those actions and that Professor Virgílio could include those questions of the financial part and the sovereignty of the countries. Okay, when the microphone is going to Fabio, I will just want to say that I agree with you, Virgílio, and about the points and the spots that you talk about the financial part and the relation between the food security and health. When we initiate the summit of the presidents, it will have a moment that the people that was in the previous events, they will talk with the presidents. One of the speakers, it will be there representing the the scientific academy. In the next events that will happen in the weekends, I think that the financial topic, it will be one of the priorities. Brazil, for example, that is a country that has good capacity to develop researches. We focus just a little bit with the funds into that scientific researchers. what we have about the development of the researchers, and we know that it's just a little bit for the financially it will be less the development of the researches of the Amazon for Amazonian scientists. And if that situation it's a little bit hard in Brazil, imagine how it is in the other countries. So I hope that the scientists they can bring their voice when they will have the opportunity to talk with the chiefs of state of the countries of the region to ask for more support of the focus on that, and effectively the new border that we want to cross is the food security and the relation that it has with the notion of the health. I worked some years into Falcon as a representative of Brazil, and it was a time where the Professor Grazavit was the general director of Falcon. So he brought to the fall a worry about the food security. It was pretty interesting to see how an organization that fought for many years to the green evolution, to the increase of the productivity, changed their focus to support the efforts to guarantee the food security of the population of the world. And it had some exit, but it was reverted with the increase of the hunger around the world. But I think, yeah, it had a positive effect of the interaction between public policies and science, because it was with basis on those reports that FAO generated with the National Council of Food Security that many countries adopted public policies to deal with that problem. I think that it was a good example, and so now, Fabio, please. It's a pleasure to be here with you after so many years. I have a comment about two questions that are not always being worked about the climate changes and the biodiversity. I think that here everybody talk about bioeconomy, but it's the use of the biodiversity to generate the social inclusion and the biodiversity. So in the point of view of the international relations, and after we have the protocol of Kyoto and the Paris Agreement, I have around here that it was a good reference. So my question is, I think it's a qualitative questions into the changes of around the world. Probably it will be to promote the synergy between the two themes more clearly. In 2000 it was created some focus with the idea to focus into the climate changes in the biodiversity. So I think, Ricardo, I know that it exists a discussion also about the relation of the fact that the USA signed the principle of the responsibility into the Convention of the Biodiversity, but I think it's a good qualitative step. It will be that we could work those questions in a synergic way. Here in Brazil, for example, I participated of the social action in the Supreme, that the Minister Carmen Lucia, she said, I don't know if you saw about some unconstitutional topics, but the contribution of the deforestation to the increase of that. And I talked with Val that I was shocked, and also I talked to Geraldo because we didn't talk about the loss of the biodiversity related to the deforestation. So I think, I know the Itamaraty position for so many years, but I think that we conduct from now that question as a synergic way. And second, related to the question that we have here about the ATCO, well, some years ago it was made a study about the impact of the climate changes and the decrease and the increase of the global warming. So I think that we have conditions to do a similar study about the impact of the climate change, the loss of the biodiversity in relation to the Amazon. Why I'm talking about that? Because any impact of the Amazon, we are here, but any impact into the river, it will be too big. So now here, with the scientific community, I think I'm outsider here. I was invited by Elena. Probably she's regretting now that she called me because I'm talking about that, but I think that we could think in a model of study that we could start in the impact of the Amazon basin, also later to work in the basin of the Prata and in other Amazonian basins that we have. So it's a pleasure to see you. It's a pleasure to let you upset like I let Itamaraty upset in the last 30 years. Thank you. Can I do just a fast reaction? Uma pergunta. Inclusive, você poderia segurar? Ok. Muito obrigado. During the process of the negotiation of the project it was surprising the attitude took by our neighbors, mainly those Andines that they brought to Baila, the interaction, the relation between the sustainable development of the Amazon and the biomes, and they know that the solutions that we found to the Amazon we must take as the repercussions of the ecologies of those countries and also the effects that it will have in those regions. So we have to think in South America in a way more complete about that question of the synergy between the climate changes and the convention about the climate changes and the convention about the biodiversity. I have the impression that the new step that was released in Montreal, it took that worries. So let's see if that will have a practical effect. Braulio and me, we negotiated the convention, and we knew that some mechanisms that we must activate. But now looking, I think that the convention of the ecological diversity, it was grown a little bit old. I think I can say that. So we must have conscience about that we have some limitations inside there. For example, the Article 8J, after 30 years, we finally could regulate that. So it doesn't have any sense now, but it has some problems about what we negotiated in the decade of 90, with the new reality. Nós vemos bastante ao redor do mundo que, principalmente na Amazônia, nós vimos que as mudanças climáticas, elas têm feito... Só uma pergunta, você acha que esse internacional ele vai ser o bastante e vai contribuir com informações científicas e...
How do you see the way forward for the future due to the really growing impacts of climate change?
São comentários sobre nós precisamos mais estudos sobre
studies about those climate changes. I would say that no, we need to think as economists. We are so close that we don't know when we will see, but the only way, only scientific way to determine that it's past the spot. So that's not what we want to do. Like Dara said, it's increasing a lot. So now it's time to remove that. We don't need more studies about the turning spot. So we must presume that we are too close and do something to avoid that. And putting that into the chest of the scientific community, we must find a miracle and fast and economic way to save the Amazon. So that won't happen if we see the products that they are getting out of the Amazon. My daughter, she's a farmer. My son-in-law, he is a truck driver. I work with many people and who has our researchers. They are Bolsonarists, farmers, and why those people, they can't do that? It doesn't have the conditions. So I think that instead of finding some miracle that the scientists will do, we must improve the infrastructure into the Amazon. We need more money for research, but also we need more money to the education, the health of those people. And also we need to start the process of the education. We cannot go into a native space and to see what they're doing. So if we can do that in 15, 20 years, it will be too fast. So I think we just need to adjust some part of our speech to understand that we can do some things with the science, but many things, it depends a lot by the society in a general way. Right?
We have to establish through like a document that will state all that is being said here, and those who wants to manifest their opinions here, they should come forward. And a very aspect that is adding to what Fabio said, if we don't build a legislation, a single legislation between the Amazon countries, I see a lot of difficulties for the investments. Thinking, of course, the Amazon Fund, because I believe that if each one will have a norm, so I think this should be discussed. I don't know if other countries are concerned about that, but Brazil is very, very cartorial, and everything is a very, very expensive, and issues involving the diversity are very difficult to deal. So I think we should really dedicate a lot of attention to this. Otherwise, things will remain the same. And I believe that for 30 years, people are going to be discussing the same things. I would like to thank you for the invite to be here. I'm revealing a lot of my thoughts, and for sure I will provide the article of the lecture that I have delivered. But let me say this: when I started to work with environmental issues, we all thought that the world had its eyes on the Amazon, and that was one of the reasons that Brazil offered to hold the Eco 92 in Rio. Sweden wanted to do it, but they offered Sweden, but we did it in Rio, because we were not talking only about pollution, but other aspects that were part of the concern with the human development. there are some chapters on Agenda 21 that involves stockholders and indigenous people, local communities, women, youth, and the academies. I think this is has to do with cycles. During the 80s, there was this concern about everything had to be done very quickly, because involving the Amazon. And everything, I use the plural. I'm not a scientist, remember. I'm just, I'm a fish out of its pod. There are many issues to be evaluated, and some of those issues have been concluded, like the droughts, and also the floods in the Amazon. So I believe that your role is not only to discover the mysteries, but also unfold the details about those mysteries. So what we have to face from now on are many challenges, and they're all tipping points. For example, what are the threats to the flooded areas in the Amazon? This is not a forest environment, but this is an area that are really affected by climate changes. So we have to develop our awareness about the threats. Of course, tipping points have a very attractive to a lot of people. It believes that we facing disaster at any moment. We are, but it's not only one threat. So this is something that we have to understand very clearly. Elena Nave has, I agree with her. It's important that we change attitudes and the interaction between science and policies. And there's a concept that is the showing effect. Brazil does not impose anything, but many of the things that we do will affect our neighboring countries. For example, with genetic resources, we decided to share benefits. So this is something that really impacted the public policies. So we believe that we can repeat that to positively affect our neighboring countries. I would like to. I've been participating in many events, and I know that the letter from this event will be very important. Is there a chance, a way to collect a decision concerning a percentage of a budget that should be applied in the Amazon, by the Amazon, for the Amazon, to design a program that is not attached to a ministry, but holding a global vision? I don't think that we should focus on science alone, but we have to focus on economical development, education, and changing people's awareness. Do I have that opportunity? Will I have it? I think that President Lula is very impatient. We go to those summits, and what's decided is not implemented. There's not an authority that says, okay, let's implement it. But it's interesting, when we talk about this, he's anticipating something that has to be done. It involves implementation. So what's the good of all the promises that are made to increase money for research and apply it on the Amazon if we don't have established the implementation mechanisms? And I believe that the Amazon dialogue is a good way to start this initiative to generate initiatives that will be repeated in the future. And this will really make those governments move. Let me say good morning. It's a pleasure to welcome you here, the National Institute of Amazonian Research. I really wish you the best of success in bringing not only solutions but also decisions that will affect the Amazon region with the betterment. And we are aware of the fact that how important the Amazon is important to the rest of the world, involving climate, diversity, or even life quality, humans' life quality. So we cannot forget that the life quality, feeding, and is improving the sewage system. This is has to be implemented in the cities, in the Amazon states. We are here nicely accommodated in the air conditioning room, and but outside there are lots of things to be corrected to improve people's lives. And I believe that science can contribute and can contribute even more in relation to life quality of our society. We hold the knowledge as concerning the housing, water quality, feeding, and this reflects in it demands a positioning of scientists involving the public policy. So I wish the best of result, and may we be able to discuss the Amazon realities, not only the scientists, but also let's give voice to those who live here. I've been on IPA research for 23 years, and I believe that we really need more concern involving the natives. Science is directly related to the movement, but we have to make it happen. We have to motivate the scientists to think. We have the basic research, but as far as the implementation of those policies to improve people's life in society, on our planet. So I wish you the best results in a good meeting. Thank you. I'll see you later.
Okay, that was a long coffee break, but it's time to get back to work. I invite everyone to come back to the auditorium. We will have another break for lunch shortly, so you will continue with your conversations after that. And I would like to invite Professor Andrea Encalada, and she's a former co-chair of the science panel for the Amazon, and she will be talking to us about building a sustainable future for the Amazon. So, Professor Andrea Encalada, you have the floor.
Boa tarde. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Estou muito grata, estou muito honrada em estar aqui, representando a Academia de Ciências do Equador, mas também representando a Academia de Ciências pela Amazônia e como foi mencionado aqui, eu era com o Carlos Nobres, eu tinha uma importância de cargo, agora eu faço parte do comitê de direção e estou muito feliz de trazer a vocês algumas coisas que nós aprendemos. A Emma Torre não pôde vir, então eu quero convidar, porque eu tenho muitos membros da STA, então eu tenho o Fernando Roca. Quem mais está aqui? Então, temos outros colaboradores. Então, a qualquer momento, vocês acharem que...
Please feel free to interrupt and to say anything that you think is important. And Elena, I'm going to switch to Spanish. Elena, muchísimas gracias. Estar aquí es un privilegio. Y realmente yo creo que tenemos que unirnos, la academia y las academias. Ahora, que es el Science Panel for the Amazon, pero hay muchas iniciativas más. Y lo que yo quería proponer después de oír aquí a la gente que estaba del gobierno, viendo esas visiones que tienen, que estamos hablando de otros paneles. Los paneles que ya existen son importantes y tenemos que ver cómo colaboramos con esos paneles. En vez de crear más estructuras, mi invitación sí es apoyar a las que ya existen, ¿no es cierto?, para seguir adelante. Bueno, a ver si puedo con los dos micrófonos de aquí. A ver. Lo que primero quiero contarles es un poquito de cómo nació The Science Panel for the Amazon, los principales mensajes en estos tres temas. Primero, hablando a la Amazonía como esa entidad regional, entidad global importante, ¿no es cierto?, una entidad del mundo.
Whole world changes. The main problems and impacts we have in the Amazon, and the third point is exactly about the solutions. Solutions which we are planning and recommending. Obviously, the idea is exactly to have more vision of more people who are working in different fields for these solutions that we need in the Amazon. And then Maria has just clarified. What are these ideas? What they want to mean? What we are doing? Part of this meeting and many others are part of this strategic ambition. The last, I'd like to finish asking you what is our role of the academy and the science academy as well. Is exactly, and the solution, of course, we need for the Amazon. I'd like to start with this map of the space coming from this. and give us an image of a green Amazon. And in 2019, as you remember, we had news about the fire in the Amazon and how we're going to solve this problem. We're going to solve these problems in the Amazon. And then I received a call of Carlos Nobre, an invitation exactly to go to the United Nations in New York to talk about the themes. Adalberto and other fellows were there with 60 scientists. We generate a political agreement to find solutions for Amazon. Here is a photo of some of the people who were there. You have Maria, which was the present co-chair of the Science Panel for Amazon in Bolivia. Yeah, and we have worked especially in the deforestation theme. And from this moment, we decided to form this panel. At the beginning, the expectation was very big, especially to finding with you a group of scientists, what are the activities, the Amazon activities we could develop. Presently, this group has changed a lot. First, when we met in September 29-23, and then we decided to form the panel. And then it was very difficult work during the pandemic, but presently we are more than 240 scientists, not only Amazon, but outsiders, who are contributing with this group of scientists. And then comes the strategies we have elaborated. Presently, 42% of this group are women. There are 7 indigenous representatives, 7 countries. And presently we have 12 members which are part of one scientific committee. And we have in a strategic committee, which is basically the personalities of the world to have a stronger voice on the world, around the world. The vision is exactly to be a global authority that produces knowledge, that produces science, which is the last science, to be the last voice in science in the region. And suggest and create public policies exactly to solve Amazon problems. For that, what we want to summarize existent information. We are producing information that needs to be summarized and communicated. And we want to integrate what the scientists produce and what the inhabitants of the Amazon produce as well. In this sense, one of the main challenges that we have is to summarize in a clear way that could reach the communities. It's not a political group. We do not receive money from the government. We receive money from foundations that are assisting and helping scientists that can hold and summarize existent information about Amazon. And that's exactly to examine the standard at a long term, climate change, what's happening with the people, and many other different themes, Amazon themes, and explore different solutions, applicable solutions. Basically, this column of the work is to create the backbone of this work, is to create this report. Me as Ministry, I've been presented, it was presented in the COP26 in Glasgow, where we presented the first report. We have some policy suggestions And we call that as Amazon Encyclopedia. In once there are much information about Amazon. The first we should talk about the regional entity in the system. The second one is the anthropogenic changes and the impacts. And the third is space solutions. Trying to find the solutions as light for the people. Many of you must know about what I'm going to talk about here. The main themes, especially I want to talk about the solutions in a while. The first part, we had scientists who were studied the geology and the creation of life, biodiversity, the function of ecosystems, and biosphere, and the people who live in Amazon. That is a important fact about the ancestral people who live here. And one of the things important, and I want exactly with this public to say that much of the richness we have in Amazon is the forest, but it's much more than that. In Ecuador, and I'm from Ecuador, in Andean country, but we are part of Amazon. We are presently 8 countries with different territories which are part of Amazon. We can see a great part of the region is forest. It is green here, you can see, but there are other biomes in the mountains, which is part of the Amazon. We recognize it as the part of the Amazon basin. And it has a great importance and impact on the climate, on the biosphere. And we have to keep the cycles that happen here. We have a summary of the geological diversity we have in the region. Very old, and the creation of the Andes, the mountains, how it happened. And happened that it's in very recent studies as well, regard to the forest, aim in the forest, and in the life and the incredible biodiversity we have here in the Amazon. We see that the present groups that we have in Amazon are the same. Some old groups that had been present during the evolution of Amazon. Here we have it without Andes, and here with the Andes chain of mountains. Many. We have different groups, old and new groups, in a space, very diverse. 67% of tropical forests, tropical savannas, and we have Andean Amazon ecosystems. 50 different kind of ecosystems. Different Andean ecosystem, Amazonia ecosystem. This scenario, I have this one and this, is a typical, just like this one around us in this very moment. This is our station of biodiversity, Japuchili, which is in Equatorian Amazon. But this one is in Amazon country as well. Here we have a mountain, very dear for the Equatorian, and this cover, green cover. This painting is based on Alexander Poynting, Humboldt, when he was here in the Amazon. He was not in Amazon, but was in the Amazon region, which is part of the Andean Amazon. There you have the mountain once again, but in photo this time. And all that are the chain of mountains we call the forest, mountain forest, and other ecosystems, Amazon ecosystems. Here downstream, the chain, 800 meters high. This is a therapy of mountain. We are 600 meters high. and it's the same place. And then you can see how the scenario changes. The hydrology, the climate. And then we have the Amazon region, 300 meters, and here 200 meters. All these photos from Ecuador and Amazonia, Equatorial Amazon. And then we follow the river, we reach Peru, in the border of Peru and Brazil. This collectivity is one of the most important property we have in Amazon. Is this collectivity. Inside this incredible Amazon scenario, you know, the biodiversity is enormous in diverse groups. These documents here, which are the most diverse points. We have mammals here. I cannot see, amphibians, birds, plants. Some of the Amazon places are the most diverse one. And this diversity we have in 100 meters uncomparable to the one we have below and above. We have studied the plants and insects, mammals, reptiles, birds, and fishes. And here I am one of the most etiologists we have here, Alberto. He knows that the numbers we have here are growing because we don't know the whole diversity we have in the region. What happens with the microbiology, but with the virus, we're talking about fellows from Uruguay. This territory is very unexploited. We don't know exactly with the microorganism in Amazon. The diversity, this incredible biological diversity deserve to be studied, and we have made a lot of studies, but we need more. Once part of we have identified, it's just there are gaps of information, and there are groups, the groups of studies which are very studied, and we need joint work to understand better. The Amazon basin is a critical element of climate system, global climate system. What is happening now is that the Amazon is critical for all the cycle of water. Here we can see we have a river that drains water from Atlantic, and then chokes with the mountains and then falls. And here there is the evapotranspiration. We are talking about that in certain hours, more than 50% of the Amazon precipitation comes from the Amazon itself. If we cut the forest, if we put the forest down, many things will happen, including we may stop the rain that comes from the forest itself. So the Amazon is collapsing and contributing to the collapse of the world climate, the rain in the world. This photo we receive thanks from these rivers. So it changes a lot. It would change a lot with the deforestation. The precipitation, I believe it is equal in most of the region. We have different kinds of and different seasons, seasonability in process and cycles of rain depending on the period and the place where we are. And that will impact in the forest that we have in the region. This is a photo that Carlos Nobre gave us of forests in Brazil, a tropical forest in Brazil. What we see here is that these forests really are acting as this biotic bomb to capture water that comes from the atmosphere and the biosphere, and then we release it in evapotranspiration. So the Amazon is a carbon sink, very important. when we cut the forest, we are starting issuing carbon. There are many different studies with real data. They are not modeling, they are real data. Part of Amazon is becoming one emitter of carbon. So up to when we can continue with this process? What is the non-return point? There are controversies about that. There are people who say, will there be a return point or not? But it's important. We're talking about, in some calculations, about 20% of deforestation is enough to produce the tipping point, which is the non-return point. And then we will not have the same kind of forest we have presently. In many cases, it's polemic, but we don't know if it's going to be this way. But we know that there are happening many important changes in the region, and the climate is changing irreversibly. Obviously, all that impact in the ecosystem, in the freshwater ecosystem. Here we have some data about that for you to see why it is the largest river in the world. Once the volume of water is bigger than any basin in the world, due to the quantity of rain we receive here. When we're talking about the tipping point that affects the terrestrial life, affects the aquatic system, and then it will change in one no-return point. So we have intermittent rivers. In the south part, it will be more impacted, we believe. Just like the precipitation, the rain, the hydrology of the river is very variable depending on the zone. In the Andes, to the north, they receive a lot of rain, much more rain than we had before, due to the climate changes. And again, the quantity of precipitation, what reaches the river, define exactly the spells of floods that Amazon have, which are important for the aquatic and terrestrial life we have here. Migration of fishes are commanded by this dynamic in the system. And we can see places which are considered stationary and permanent of fresh water. And here, exactly what I was telling you, the importance of this Amazon connectivity. We have longitudinal from the mountains up to downstream, but there are much more than that in this connectivity. We are about a lateral connectivity, what gives the hydrographic basin of the river and the river to the basin. So the nutrients that live in the basin, in the side of the rivers, if we stop this flow, we will change the flow of nutrients. So we have vertical with the rain, and temporal that comes with, we have to keep this time, this seasonability is vital for the ecosystem, terrestrial and aquatic. This is an example of, beautiful example of a fish, dorado. It is a species that exemplifies this connectivity, the importance of the connectivity we have in Amazon. We see these limits, and these political limits, we have political limits, but the species do not have. That's why we should work together. These points you see here, birth of dorado in Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia. So these connections you can see is very critical. And the connections, not the species, but the connection, ecosystemic connections. We're talking about carbon budget. What is happening with the quantity of sediment and organic material that's flowing on the river? Where do these materials end in this process? And here is the union, is the match of these rivers. We see the difference of our waters. What does it mean for the whole ecosystemic process we have? The contribution is not equal. It's an enormous contribution. Atlantic depends on the production that comes from Amazon. And for this reason, for the geology, is exactly for the different geological areas formed. We have black waters, we call white waters and clear waters, where different kind of waters that we have here. It's an incredible biodiversity of life. This is a field of the biogeographic. Alberto is going to like it. Once it is your part of your studies, Alberto. This diversity is incrementing with discovery, and the rate of discovery in new species is growing. We think that there are more than 1,000 undiscovered kind of fish. If we find one rat, wow, when we find one mammal, one small rat, we find that incredible. But there is much more than that. In terms of people who live here, we have more than 48 million of people living here. Different regions who live in the Amazon basin. And the urban part is greater than the rural part, but of course, in the urban area, there are more people than the rural, but many of the groups outside the urban areas are indigenous. More than 2 million indigenous people living in the region, more than 300 languages. It is very rich with more than 400 indigenous groups. And these we have to take into consideration in our work. That was a graph about the first 1,000 years ago. I read a paper about, would treat about 25,000 years ago, an article about that. And this talk mentions some cultures, archaeological cultures from the first and second millennium in Amazon, where there was important exchanges in this region. The economy is basically 53% of agricultural, grains, trading activities, and we have a lot of fishing activities in fresh water. Once we are the most important region of fresh water in the world, and the southeast are as important. But here in the region, we have the most important one. We have a lot of trading and manufacturing. This is a photo in Peru, and not exact. All these boats you see there that have just arrived from a fishing day. That's why we say the fishing activity is that important. We have a market. Manaus is one of the most important one in the region. In terms of the first part, we have made this calculation to understand exactly. The Amazon is a reserve, a key reserve, hydrological key reserve, not only for the region but for the globe. What's happening, if we know, if we have data about our rivers, air rivers, we are contributing for the climate in the world, the carbon cycle and nutrient cycle. It's important how the Amazon is a great space can modify these paradigms. The ecosystem process and the services a solution only for the ones who live here, but the people who are all around the globe. Biodiversity hotspot. Now, presently, we have we're losing many things. If we continue losing in these species, in this rate, we are losing potential for medicine, fishing, to understand what's happening with the diseases that may rise from this process. We have many people living in Amazon, of course. We have data about that. And here, what we did was to document the impact that we are living. A number that is very strong for us is that we have about 18% of the deforestation, and a greater part, more than 70% have been degraded through different causes. So we are reaching 20% of degradation. So we see we are very close. Because if it is more than 20%, we don't know. But we have a lot of forests deforested. We can see the zones, the most serious areas, critical areas. This is a map of the degradation that we should consider. Agricultural expansion, the grains, possibly, are the ones that command basically the deforestation that we have in Amazon. And what we can see now is that presently the Amazon impacts obviously the global climate changes. The Amazon has temperatures, very high temperatures, above the average. It's almost 2 degrees. We have these effects. We can feel here, and we are living it, literally. This obviously will bring an increased frequency of the extreme events on the floods and drought, and will be divided not only in the Amazon region, but in Colombia and Ecuador have much more floods that we had before. Here in Amazon, Brazil, we have much more drought. So the numbers, these cycles are larger presently. And presently, we can see that we are converting carbon source. We are becoming a carbon source. Obviously, to lose this forest means that the same resilience of forest is below the average. Probably we are reaching a tipping point, and the forecasts we have in the south zone will receive less rain, and the north region will receive more rain, and this is happening presently. Problems just like mining. Here we see a map of mining in certain zones which are very important and critical for mining, and it has a great impact in the relations, human relations, and in the ecosystem. In the rivers and the forests, we have pollution, contamination, or we have water contamination. Not all the cities have canceled. Rivers, just like Robert, not necessarily fishes. There is a group that study fishes, but the working of the ecosystem. One of the serious things we see in the region is the construction of a project, hydroelectrical project. And obviously, the country above the level of the sea, once we have a natural fall of the water, as you can see here, we have the hydro plant projects, which are operational, and the ones are about to be working, operational, could
Could we do that together? Can we do that in a more efficient way if we work together, all the countries? Here's a map of threatens. Here we have the hydro plants. It's a green option. But when we have a lot of emissions of CO2, a lot of them comes from the hydro plant sectors. So we have to think if there is better way to produce energy in the region. What we discuss about in the report are the situations of the human health, say the different diseases, infectious diseases. Many of them can be tracked in the Amazon and out of the Amazon. And some are related to the disturbs we have in the region. Something that is very interesting, we have all this, what you can see here are indigenous territories and protected areas in the region. So we have 50% of the Amazon basin have this protection zone in indigenous areas. At the end, we have a very strong impact in protecting exactly the deforestation, the degradation of the forest. So we have to give them more power in order to help them to combat these disasters. These areas now, in this very moment, they are not being cared in many countries. In Ecuador, our area, only we have 7 parks. We have only 7 guards, 7 people to protect a whole region. So we need to bet and support for them, inhabitants, to keep on taking care of the place. In the regional initiative, one of them is we thinking about the fluvial reserve or fluvial protected areas. It has been proposed at a regional level. The first one is Pontomayo, where there is no hydro plant there, so we should protect it. Since Ecuador, Peru, Colombia, and Brazil, this area here, and Peru, as you can see here. That would be a fluvial transnational protected area. For the solutions, we talked to you about the problems, not all the problems. It's a big summary. How can we change this kind of the development we have for having a vision of what is the Amazon want to be working at long term? It was one of the most difficult part, I'd say, when we worked in the panel, because not we agree with this vision that we want from Amazon. The groups will continue working in order to propose new solutions. But of course, we agreed we have to participate. The inhabitants have to participate. They shall be important part in the process. In many cases, the ecosystems are critical, so we have to restore it in order to conserve it. And possibly we have to define what is exactly this new bioeconomy. This word has been bad used. What does it mean exactly? What is bioeconomy, where we can propose using the resources without damage the forest, the biodiversity, and ecological processes. One of the slides, it was Maria gave me that, because there's no only one solution or a simple solution. The problems we have are multiple with affecting different areas, so we have to make a joint work and work in coordination. We are a group which is not a political group, we want to include, we want to contribute for the creation of public policies. We want to reach the decision makers. These are the great 4 areas we have defined for our work. Exactly the rights of Amazon people, knowledge and well-being, governance and finance, conservation, restoration, and bioeconomy. Each of these points have been developed inside the report. You can see it is a small letter, but many of these parts we have been thinking that will return to us, to the academy, for us to see how can we contribute in this process. We're talking about technology, innovation, education, how we could participate, and how we are immersed in these solutions. One of the recommendations is we presented that in a COP26 in Glasgow is exactly to stop deforestation. We're talking about keeping this 80% of standing forests. For us, it's a number. When I saw the declaration, there was no much sense. We're talking about 10 years. And this change, we have to make it happen now. We cannot wait years and years. COP 16, 20, 16, 18, 19, 28. Things are not working, so we have to claim more, demand more, and implement effective actions. We need to reach COP 30 and Brazil to be proud. Whenever we go to a COP, we take a bad news there. This is a number that we need to keep exactly, not to reach these tipping points. Other recommendation is how we invest in bioeconomy in order to keep the standing forest and flowing rivers. Here we need exact invest. What kind of investment, what incentives we have? This is what we can make a partnership with private sector. Açaí is an important example where we have production inside a natural forest. Fishing well ruled are example of keeping the rivers flowing. Investing in solutions, commercial solutions that could have, once they have a commercial side, but they also have a scientific side. Investments in education, science and technology and innovation. This is key. This is related to our way of being. We can produce paper. We have good ideas, but we have to go ahead, to go beyond. We have to reach, present for solutions. Recently, we had a meeting of the president of the universities, and one of the researchers presented. He works in sustainability. He is a chemical and investigator and researcher and working in rechargeable batteries, sustainable batteries. He is modeling. He has 50 people working for him in Stanford. He has there are 5 companies interested. So, truly, we could work in solutions, and at the same time, we could help local people in order to have their own resources. What are the solutions we can give to them? Here you have examples. This is the Amazon group that is working in different places. Amazon obtain data of people from the local people. And here we have created one of the solar panels that is being operational. There are many interesting people who have been doing. How can you escalate these ideas to highest level? So you need to monitor our ecosystems, in some cases restore, remediate. What can we do? What can we do not to return to the same problems to the same mistakes we made in the past? It's one of the greatest in Ecuador. Is the greatest hydro plant which was constructed where there is a geological fail. There was a waterfall, the biggest one in Ecuador, and now it's just collapsed. We don't know what is this, why it collapsed. And here we have the risk of a production of 40% of the hydro plant comes from this project. All the energy, almost 40%. It was not well planned. And they didn't consider the region, the aspects of the region, and the geological aspects as well. And we need then these local, regional, and global actions are necessary. It's not a problem for local people only. And for that, we need to scale good existing ideas. I'm going to pass very fast this presentation. In March of this year, we meet in Belém, the group of science committee, and we work in this plan. One of the things we decided that Marcos has just mentioned something about that. He said, maybe you have to write a report every year. Do we need to write a report every year or to understand what are the priorities? This is what we did. Exactly after 3 days, very valuable days there, exchanging of ideas, we want to unite key actors that are working presently and support them. For us, this is part of what we want to reach. So instead of working the whole themes, all the themes, we decide what are the priority themes to be worked in Amazon. So we made a list of priorities to reach to this one. It was difficult, but we could do it. We know that different events, just like this one, are key to pass this information and ask for help and collaboration. Whatever we produce is produced in English, Spanish, and Portuguese in order to reach the whole community. It's a great plan, the big plan. We have 6 policy briefs exactly for this summit of the presidents. So I invite you to read. It is in our web page. We have not made diagnosis. Once these diagnoses have been created, we have advanced a lot in this diagnosis with different papers about that. That for the first time in history, in this continent, we join all this information in one only volume of a bit more than 1,000 pages. There are many references. This is the part that makes me more satisfied. It's a wonderful effort. The 3rd chapter, that is exactly the delivery of the work in order to find solutions and find solutions for situations that we are serious and are drawing our attention and have not been made anything before. This component is important. For the first time, we have made an effort big like this one in order to have the literature the most understandable as possible, in order to prepare graphs to make it more digestible for the decision makers, for the people involved. This is what we call, finally, we have something with the great information about our region. Thank you. Me gustaría hacer algunos comentarios. La primera, en tuya exposición, usted nos dio muchas informaciones sobre discusiones, estudios. Y yo me gustaría hablar con los científicos presentes aquí, porque ese trabajo es muy singular. Ese trabajo tiene que alcanzar tomadores de decisiones en los laboratorios, la academia, de alcanzar la sociedad, las agencias de financiación. Para nosotros usamos la ciencia que producimos para las decisiones que tomamos. Nosotros tenemos que usar la ciencia para las soluciones. Su presentación ahorita mismo es mucho especial para los presidentes de las academias. Un otro punto de vista es sobre 2030. Nosotros estamos cambiando pensamientos, tenemos que decodificar esto para llevar estas soluciones para COP20 2030. Nosotros tenemos que estar preparados. Estas cosas están aconteciendo frente a nuestros ojos. Gran cantidad de peces en la Amazonia ahora están en el extreme limit de sobrevivencia. Nuevas economías, los conceptos de bioeconomía, nosotros hablamos sobre nuevos virus frente a las mudanzas climáticas, las zoonoses de avanzando para la floresta desde los humanos. Esto es mucho grave. Nosotros tenemos que impulsar sobre nuestras acciones, nuestros tiempos, en nuestro biológico tiempo está avanzando mucho más rápido que las decisiones políticas. Important point. Thank you, Adalberto. Me gustó mucho tuya presentación. Tengo dos preguntas. Esto generó muchos datos. La pregunta que tengo es sobre la idea citizen science. Estos datos podrían ser un generador de investigaciones sobre tecnologías digitales, podrían ser incluidas en sus proyectos. No, it's not part of this SPA, but many of these initiatives, Citizen SPA, World Foundation, has collaborated with many institutions universities which are involved in this monitoring, specifically about Amazon water. We have to try to understand exactly what is happening with the migration of fishes. Right now, there are information about some of them, but we do not have much information about that. And many other groups are using the same methodology in order to monitor. But of course, we need more people, more studies about that to have it in citizen sites. During the opening, I noticed some sentences, working together. It should not be a one more meeting. The patient is dying, and we need public policies with special regard to the Amazon. We have to let the importance, we cannot forget the importance of Amazon at a global level. So my question is, how your research is reaching the public policies present here in Amazon. Once it does not reach these institutions, what ideas will you have as a plan B, I'd say? Well, this is a big challenge. Part of these meetings are exactly for that. Pre-summit is to talk to the governments. There are policy, RIPs, and solutions and recommendations for the region. But here we need money, but we need goodwill, political will. I was talking to Elena about that. If we continue that in the agenda of the government, now in Ecuador, for example, in 1 week, we have changed the government. It has to be a state policy. The things, this is where we should change the things at a state policy in order to guarantee that the money and for the innovation, technology, and science independently of the government. Now we have politicians of right and left, and they have been changed a lot, but this project cannot be depending on these politicians. That's how it should be in our agenda. We have it at a state policy level. Good afternoon. My name is Okudago. I am representative of Costa Rica Academy of Science. One of the things that may be treating the question you have made, the existing difficulty in some cases in transmitting the information from the physical about climate related to the modeling, for example, of situations, and pass it to a social part for administration, public administration, in order to be turned into actions to combat social impacts. In this process, we have to transform it into state policies, as you said. So it's a complex process. We have seen that in our country. The problem is that the scientists of the different specialties speak different idioms, different languages. So one of the role of the academy is to help to foment, to increment this information to reach the population in general, in order to change it into public policies. Thank you for the ideas. I believe that the academic ones are translating, or we are not the best communicators, but the idea is to contract a group of diffusion and communication to translate the scientific language for a popular language, a common language. So we need to review all the information in order to reach the population in general. Thank you for your opinion. Yo voy a hablar en portugués. Me gustaría agradecer por las palabras. Yo tengo un pequeño comentario. Me gustaría, Kevin y yo queríamos agradecer a Alberto Carlos Nobre por ternos llevado de Spa, conocer Spa. Por eso usted está acá para complementar nuestros conocimientos y trabajamos conjuntamente. Todas las academias presentes, me gustaría agradecer a ti, Jeff, aunque nosotros vivimos una reunión con ella, a Karen y yo, en todo el equipo. Nosotros tenemos que ir informados para multiplicar la información. Mi pregunta es la palabra bioeconomía. Si usted pudiera darnos una definición sobre esta palabra. Bioeconomía es una moda.
Una moda.
Moda. Entonces nosotros queríamos saber cómo usted, la visión que usted tiene de esta palabra tan importante. Usted podría decirnos, nosotros tenemos que hacer una transversalidad legal entre nuestros países. No puedo ver esto aconteciendo en el futuro. Nuestro rol es facilitar la comunicación entre la academia, científicos y la población en general. Democratizar la información. Nosotros no queremos ser dueños de la información.
Já mudou? Porque era devagar, né? Imagina em inglês falando rápido.
I'm from the Scientific Academy of Peru. Thank you for your presentation. I believe there are many people asking what is of concrete on all this work. First one, the dialogue of knowledge through that show the complexity of Amazon and the necessary articulation I have to elaborate. Before Amazon, the theme about diversity, cultural theme, the transboundary relationship is an important theme. We have only focused on a project. The education curator and contribute for the education in the Amazon through specific programs, and with the education should transmit the message with the strategic communicational strategies. So my question is, how could we see basic things for the future based on your studies?
This is one excellent question.
all these announcements were big. You were part of this policy brief. We have this theme, deforestation, very big themes. How can we implement that is a question. Some of them exist, but some of them are projects to be implemented. That is a long way to be walked. Some projects exist and they are successful. And what we want to turn it in a scale platform. This is what we need now. In the previous work was to identify all the problems, and now we have to focus in the solutions. We have to determine what are the lines that we should work a bit more. The priorities. As Elena has just said in the beginning, Carlos Nobre, as member of the Academy of Science of Brazil, and I, as member of Academy of Science Academy of Ecuador, we see the Academy of Sciences as allies, and we are always in communications with you, the Brazilian Academy with you, and I in my country. Yes, we see the academies are around, in the neighbor academies, as allies. Not all the scientists are biologists. Not all of them know this story. And now the idea is to make us equals. And I am totally for this idea. With regard to the definition of bioeconomy, I don't know if Monica would like to venture in answering this question once she is part of this process. We have divided this in groups, and as you said, this theme is very stressful, and once bioeconomy is above anything. There are projects which are not amicable to the environment in Amazon region. So the proposal of that Carlos proposed to us is the new bioeconomy that aims non-destruction of the forest and non-obstruction and keeping the rivers flowing. Remembers, would you like to give your definition, please? Bioeconomy has had different examples based on many positive cases generated here in Amazon region. From these examples, we can see that it's necessary to create a dialogue with the commercial area using the sustainable structures and that we have. We are not considering the biological relation of these spaces. We have to consider the social systems which are equal and share the richness of Amazon in a fair way. It is a slogan for a while. Much more list of demands with what the Amazon should face the future with. Facing moments just like this one of climate change, where we have surfaces, primitives in Amazon forest. They are not well conserved at the level of a regional level. The communities are part of these countries. So, much more than one event and one example how it should work, the biological economy, which is another point of view, in Amazon. We should adopt criteria, conditions to be considered, to consider the development of the culture as impact on the populations that live in here. So this is the protocol. We have the protocol of Nagoya, for example, that deals with protected areas. Thank you, Andrea, for your presentation. Would you please share your presentation with the participants? That would be very interesting. I'd like to give an example of the difficulty of using the advances of science in the political decision making. In 2015, I was in a workshop in Mexico City about how to promote the economical sectors. One of the sections discussed the fishing sector, and we invited Peru and Norway to present their visions and experience. We have reports of Legla, and were very interesting. It will be useful for all of us. And Norway is a rich country with a population of 5 million of inhabitants. They are well educated. In Norway, the scientists of fishing sector in Norway were monitoring the situation of the stocks, fishing stocks, and they concluded that the fishing was not sustainable in Norway. That would be a chance of having a collapse there. So they alert to the government and the fishing sector. None of them wanted to listen, the scientists, none of them. A short time later, there was a partial collapse of the fishing stocks. And then they were knocking at the scientists' door, asking for help. How can we solve this problem, they asked. Fortunately, the scientists did not stop the work, and they had a proposal ready how to promote a sustainable fishing system in Norway. In 1 month, Norway Parliament approved the new law, fishing law. Then, in this case, Norway case, sometimes we need a collapse for the decision makers to see that they have to change. This is sad, I know, but it's a reality. I'm talking about a developed, high-level educated country. We have the idea that it's a problem of ours in Latin America once we do not have good government, etc., etc. No, no, no. It is a problem in the whole world. One of the lessons, let us continue doing our researches, but with practical and clear proposal of solutions. And when the moment comes, we present them and have the use in new policies. Nico Beno, Peru, in the National Academy of Sciences of Peru. I'd like the scientists and the politicians are two species, totally different. They do not have the same strategies. We do not have the same strategies and objectives and the same ethics. The same time they do not have. We are very different. But we could see of our side what are the problems, the limits. Normally there is an extraordinary provision of the studies in different fields and territories, different centers, without articulation. We need to work in the inter-scalability of the systems, of the studies, and validation of the studies. And it is a process. And to succeed, establish new borders of knowledge proposed in the academies. Once academy forms not only scientists, but they form a politician as well. So the universities are key in this process. So they have to have all that to learn all these processes inside the university campus. The interdisciplinarity, this political science, as a chair of the scientific committee of Latin America and Caribbean, and at the national lab. But I know that that in Bolivia is much more complicated. The management of water is another problem. We can talk about our own country, and this is good. And sometimes the politicians, cannot see anything. In the Amazon, it is not a. So we have decided that we decided to teach politics from the generated knowledges. So we supported two institutions, the Conference of Directors of Universities and CEPAL, which have supported us 100%. After 9 months of conference in the Republic Congress and with the congresses and the universities, they could understand, and we were ready for a new institutionality with a concept of, it started in March the 5th of 2020. And now we have all these institutions reunited. In March it will be, I'm sorry I cannot listen. Oh, she's speaking. So the point with that, what I want to say, what is allowed to us to replicate at a citizenship level. I believe that the political incidents should be constructed since the academy or inside the academy in order to reach the population. Thank you for your opinion. I totally agree with you. In our university, we are doing a very similar process. We have formed a center that is called Global Resilience and Solution Research Center. And it is based in problems, and the idea is interdisciplinarities, different branches of the university shall all send teachers, professors to contribute in the solutions of certain problems, and especially in the political area. And the municipalities are participating directly. So the idea was to clean Machanga River, which is completely contaminated. And they have been said that there is no money to treat the water. So a private company is supporting. But we need researchers of different fields of science and people from the civil society which are supporting. In Ecuador, there is a difference from place to places. And then different of the other place of the world, in Ecuador, the natures have rights. So the rights of the river there, they have the rights to be regenerated. And we are trying to apply this. We are trying to make it happen. The rights of the nature. We do not need necessarily to wait for the decisions to come from the above. Thank you. The organization of ACTO, We have been working with this and following in the work of SPA. My question is in this sense, how can we join, how can we interfere in public policies? And is one of the solutions we are reaching here, searching here. So our great friend, our fellow professors know your organization, what is part of this SPA. Very recently, the professor has visited us. We have stated in the discussion with the SPA our things. We have offered ACTO as a center of the dialogue, for creation of the dialogue, to moderate this and work for the creation of public policies. So we know that in ACTO there is an institutionality, and it deserves, and once it is being strengthened in different areas of work, not only the chancelleries and ministries. I believe Ambassador Ricard will talk a bit about a possible result and a panel or scientific mechanism inside the organization that I consider that will need not only the collaboration of the SPA, but all the scientific academy. How SPA is seen, how the SPA sees ACTO as a possibility, gravitational ability to make the intersections between science and the public administrators. That I believe that there are public administrators and politicians who can listen to whatever you have to say, and I consider that there are many spaces that we really could have good results. Thank you. I believe that you have answered your own question. Once the dialogue, you have said the dialogue is continuous. And we have a new point of view on public policies. We have to see that it should happen through the scientists. As we could see, there is not only one simple solution. We have to consider and should attack the problems from different sides, considering the economy, the population, the scientists, the urgency, the needs. And you should help us in order to help us with the public policies in order to make the things to be implemented in fact. So coordinated project, this is what we expect you to do, to coordinate the process inside the countries or with the countries. In Science magazine, collaborators of all around 27 scientists working in this document to design the best combinations of where we should construct hydro plants in order to have less impact in the ecosystems. This is a challenge. Now it's a project. From the analysis of the combination of different methods, what we have lost in economical value, these are real data in performing Amazon basis. We have lost about 40% of the ecological value in the region. How can we avoid the 60% left not to be lost? So we have to share this knowledge in order to apply the best decisions. It's not considering the money or the government, the present governments. It is published. How can we put all the science into practice? We have discussed in different actors, different governments to present, but we could not advance. Not necessarily, we didn't communicate. We could, as Adalberto said, we didn't apply an effective means of communication. And through the scientific magazine and through a media, we could apply the solutions we intend to in order to collaborate and reach different levels. It is a general comment, and from Venezuela Academy of Science, it's not a question. We're talking about our whole money, about the relation of how science and government, in order to involve all the parts. Science, government, science, state should be more general. This is something what we are doing. I am here as representative of the academy. I am not an ecologist. I'd like to propose a reflection about this. We create a lot of weight on the role of the scientists in the society and the world. We know and we accept. Everybody says that we are not computers. We are not good in communication, but it doesn't mean that we cannot listen or speak or we cannot transmit. This is what we do when we sit with the government, when we sit about with the policy creators. What we do when we sit with the people who make decisions. This is what we do in each and every country present here. It's been 5 years. I was a scientific assistant in Venezuela Assembly. I've been having dialogues with the politicians. So in most of the countries, particularly in Latin America, we have the lack of a political will. I'm not talking about the science, and not only science. We are not totally politicians, but we have to listen. If they cannot listen, and if we cannot listen, we are facing problems. Well, as an organization, sometimes a scientist is more political than others, but we have to develop this skill in order. We have a role in the society and we fulfill it, but it seems that in the society chose the science to blame for everything. What country we live, what society we live in, talking about physicians. We have data which are generated by science, but it was necessary a COVID to make the society to be conscious of the importance of the science. If it is not obvious that the science has to advance as a species, what we are doing then? We are doing nothing in this meeting here. So we have to make the science to discover and register that. Take it to academy. They expect from us the role of implement and execute, but this is not our role. It is the role of the administrators and politicians. So we cannot do everything. It doesn't mean if you do not do one thing, it doesn't mean that we do nothing. There is a great importance of our actions, of our studies, of what we do. There is a certain percentage. We are not the only part of the society that are contributing for these changes. But of course, we have to coordinate this work and make it happen in our countries. Thank you for your comment. That's true. Okay, thank you. Vamos a aplaudir. Nosotros vamos a parar ahora para el desayuno, para el almuerzo. Nosotros vamos a volver 2:30.